Mm. Boom, boom, boom. All right. This needs to go down here for now. And this, oh god, that's so heavy. Needs to come down here. What up, random? Make a dino nuggets. Hell yeah. All right. So before I forget, I made a mistake last live for anybody who's in here. Go Boys does not take 7 days to cure. It takes 8 hours. 8 hours. I don't know why I said 7 days. I have no idea. I got no fucking idea. Oh, sorry, YouTube. Don't kick me off. Oh, ew. Some finish on my tabletop. Gross. I forgot she's self shaving stuff. I know that pain, and I don't mean to laugh at you, but better you than me. There we go. All better. All right. So today, what we're going to do is we're not going to finish the block that I have, or that thing. I'm going to finish that later. What I need to do is I need to make the proper lid for the flag case, and because the glass should be coming. I should have the glass this weekend, I believe. So I need to get that made. And to do that, so I made a template just out of pine, and the trimmer got it. I made a template out of pine. Goodness, excuse me. Let me turn this fan on. Anyway, so I had made a template out of pine, and that way, if they damaged it, it wouldn't matter. But now I have to make one and then get this thing done, because I want to send this off to where it belongs. I got to do some sanding and stuff and all that happy horse shit. Do some filling, peel some tape, line it. But we're not going to worry too much about this right now. We want to build the box, or the frame for it, frame for the lid. So we're going to get that done. Excuse me. Shouldn't be too much effort. But I do want to see how this grain looks. So I kind of want to. Now, this hasn't been sanded, but it's some really pretty grain. Right. Check the other side. And that is some really pretty grain. So we got pretty grain and pretty grain. So let's find something that kind of matches. And I think this piece is where it's at. I think that piece will be a really nice frame. So we shall see. Pardon me. The only thing I don't like is there's a couple of inclusions here. We're going to see how much of that is actually going to matter. So how we're going to do this frame is, I do have this piece as well. This is a nice piece. How we're going to do this frame is just going to be 3 pieces with 45s. Not 45s. Yeah, that's not really that pretty. I mean, it's got nice looking grain, but it doesn't have the same shimmer that the other piece, these 2 pieces do. So we will see. Maybe use that on the bottom for the bottom piece, the piece that's not going to be seen very much, and use this for the top 2 pieces. I think that's what we're going to do. We're going to put this piece away. I've got a ton of black walnut up here that I've kind of acquired, but I think we have what we need here on the table. Excuse me. So I think what we're going to do is I didn't really give this much thought as to how I was going to attach the frame pieces. Like, you're going to be down here with a hinge. Obviously, I'm going to have magnets up here to hold it shut. What I didn't really think about was the 3 joints. I may have to just stick with a glue joint, or I could put like a 1/4 inch dowel in to strengthen it up. What's up, Trudge? How you doing? Thank you, buddy. I appreciate that, man. 1 month. Hell yeah. Like the color of that wood. Thanks, Junior. Hey, Billy. Thanks for coming in, guys. We're going to get the frame for this done. Like I was just saying. So we're going to go with face grain for the frame. So we're going to make it a little wider than our 3/4 inch stock that we used for the actual box. And I think we're going to go with a full inch. And we will just have to make our, that's what my template was. It was a full inch. So it comes in about 1/4 inch. Wait, where's my paper? Yes, a full inch. So we will cut this down to a full inch wide. And oh man, I hope I get away from that. If not, it's going to be right on the joint. Well, we'll see. Maybe I can cut a strip off this side and a strip off this side. We'll see. We'll see how it plays out. But I need to set the table saw up because I need to make a cut. And hey, Roland, how you doing? So we need to cut some strips, and then we need to cut our three edges or our three joints. Sorry, we need to cut some strips. We need to notch the strips to accept the piece of glass. And then by that I mean we're gonna do a little like a dado cutout here to take the piece of glass, and we're gonna just use their little glass things. I can't remember the name of them. They just push in and hold the glass. We're gonna use those to hold the glass in. Now, I did not give up on finishing the noodle board. I'll be honest, I'm probably going to work on it a little bit later on while glazer points. There you go. Nailed it, Trudge. I knew you were useful for something. But I'm probably going to work on that, cleaning that inside up, the glue, while we're just shooting the breeze for a bit tonight. But I really want to get this glued up and ready to go. Sometimes, not often. All right, so I'm going to get some stuff rejiggered around here. Get my table saw set up. I still haven't decided what saw I want to go with. But I did have an idea about a project that I would like to do. So, Norm Abram, he was the guy on New Yankee Workshop. He was on This Old House, all that stuff, right? So he has a video and plans. Here, let me see if I can switch to that one. There. Making that. All right. It's a little blown up, but so I purchased the plans from them. And I think I'm going to attempt to do a little like a salute to Norm, right? He's the the reason that I do. Whoops, let me get rid of this. The reason that I do this stuff. So I think I'm gonna do something like a little salute to Norm, and maybe throw my own twist into that. That's actually a jewelry box. Maybe throw my own twist into it. Considering his birthday, actually, you guys didn't know, is tomorrow. So he retired from TV and stuff. So this is a flag display case. This is a memorial flag size. There's two different sizes. This is the larger size. It's for Michael Grumpy Vet. Is that a reel in the background? Yes. My grandfather's old shotgun. It has been decommissioned. It is a I don't want to say heirloom piece, but so it's kind of a memorial piece. We'll go with that. Nice jewelry box thing. Piano hinges got really expensive. Yeah, they did. They did jump in price, and those hinges they're not regular piano hinges. They're specifically made for a jewelry box. So they only open so far, and then hold it there. and I'm having a hell of a time finding those. So I may have to put in brackets on the sides of the lid. Excuse me. But I'm going to continue looking because I'd really like to try to keep it as close to his design as I can, but throw in my own little touches just in the woodwork itself. So I'm really considering doing that. Not, because anybody wants one or I'm trying to sell it or anything like that. Just because I like that it's kind of challenging. Hey, Steph. I like watching gun videos. Too scared to hold one for real. Hey, draws. Nothing wrong with that. What up, USA? How you doing? USA. I took my big flag down for now, but USA. um, World War II in Korean as a medical officer. Cheers to your dad. Yeah, I don't know who the flag is from. I didn't really ask, but Michael is a vet, and I do like to support wherever I can, and think that I can make this perfect. But so I need 1-inch strips. So we're gonna turn you guys. I'm gonna get this stuff cut, and we're gonna line it with. I'm not sure if I want to do black crushed velvet or maybe white velvet. I'm not sure. I think black would be better because I want it. You're not going to see the velvet. It's kind of there. That way, if it does show, you don't have like white or purple or something shining out, around the flag somewhere. So I think black would be better. Mahogany or walnut? It's black walnut. Okay, so what I need to do is measure this real quick, make sure that this is 3/4. Oh, this is a touch bigger. And this one is 3/4. My base piece is larger than 3/4. I don't remember why I did that, but probably because it's a different kind of black walnut. It's not like it doesn't have pretty grain or anything. It's just a regular piece of black walnut. But we are going to oversize to 1.25 inches. And that way I have room to work it, run the router, all that stuff. Excellent gift for Grumpy. But yeah, he had asked me about it a long time ago, and it just kind of sat here, and I haven't been doing it. And I had ordered a couple of pieces of glass. The first one was for the smaller flag case. I didn't realize it. The second one hasn't shown up yet, and then I found out that my local hardware store cuts glass. They just only have one guy that cuts anything other than a square, and he's been out sick for a while. So hopefully is back getting caught up on his orders, and we'll get to mine. All right, so we're going to oversize this to 1.25 inches. I need to make sure that my blade is at 90 degrees because I think I tilted it. What we're going to do is we're going to see with the fence here if we're fairly close. We're 90 degrees to the fence. And yes, Steph, that jewelry box will not land on your foot. And if it does, then you just knock it off of a dresser or something. In which case, it will hurt a lot. Okay. So I'm going to make some cuts. I appreciate you guys for coming in and hanging out. And I'm going to get back to it. Or I'm going to get to it here. So give me just a few minutes and I'll get these pieces cut. And I need one more for the bottom piece, which I believe I put up here. Yeah. Is this one long enough for the bottom? Oh, that is actually kind of perfect. All right, I just need to cut this down to, oh, this is, no, I didn't want this piece for the bottom. No, I wanted this piece. All right, so we're going to cut off of that side. There are our three pieces. They will go like so. You know what? I kind of want to do half flaps. I bet half flaps would be significantly stronger. What's up, Baskin? Hi, other guy. It's tricky with your circular saw. Okay, so I believe that actually takes care of the circular saw or the table saw. Everything now will be, oh no, I need to cut my grooves. Whoop, almost forgot. Almost put it away, so I had to get it out again. Okay, so what we're going to do is any imperfections, let's try to, that's got all the pretty grain. Why don't we do it this way? We'll do this one this way. And this one will be this way here, that little bit of figure. And any imperfections that are in the wood, we will end up filling with probably brown CA glue. But I almost forgot to, thanks, Trudge, I appreciate that, to cut my grooves, which they must be ½ inch by 3/8, a touch over 3/8. So we're going to get that taken care of. So I need them to be cut. Where's my pencil? Over here. There's my yellow pencil. On this side. On this side. That side. And that side. And that side. And that side. Is Bex in here? Oh yeah, Bex is in here. We need hooks to what proof Bex Steph's house? Safety hooks for Steph's house? Oh, Oh, so she can't knock stuff over. All right, so I need to cut this side of all of these, and I kind of want to cut them down to length first, or at least close to length. So we're gonna switch over to the chop saw, and I'm going to. We're just going to go full length. So 27 by 19 by 19. So this one is not the bottom. This one is the bottom. No. This one is the bottom. Okay. Bottom. Put a little B on here. And we'll put a big L on that one. And an R on that one. That'll probably end up cutting off. But, so we're going to look to see. All right, so I want this one to get cut off through here. Just because it's going to make life a lot easier cutting them down to close to the right size. So we're going to mark that one. We're going to cut it here, X that off. But I need it to be just a little bigger. So we're going to mark that one there, cut that off. And this one, we're going to put, doesn't really matter. Doesn't really matter, does it? So we're going to put it here, and that way we capture that grain. So we're going to cut it, over here. X that. A little bigger here. X that. All right. Hey, Steve, how you doing? Hey, SGO. This is a new show called Dan Touches Wood. They tell me that it's a very provocative name, which is bound to get views and clicks. So, that's what the AI says. And AI is never wrong, right? Put all my clamps over here so they can fall down later. Hey, there's my other pencil. These clamps. So I really am thinking that a half lap all of these is going to be ideal. Oh, you can't even see. I think half lapping all of the face joints is going to be ideal. So I think that's the way I'm going to go. Plus, stronger. Clickbait, right? One of my favorite tree preserver. We are going to cut this down to 7. So the glass should be ready hopefully this weekend for this flag case. So we're switching gears a little bit tonight, and we're going to get that taken care of. You know what? Because if we are doing half laps, I'm probably going to use this saw to cut the half laps out. So we're going to make sure this is nice and square because we're not going to be moving it afterwards. So Let's make sure she's square, or at least close to square. Like very close. Oh shit. Damn, that's pretty good. And then I didn't angle it after I put it on the gauge, so we should be good there. Vertical square doesn't really matter in this case. All right, so we're going to lock that so we don't move it. All right, we're going to cut some pieces here. What's up, Bearded Viking? How you doing, buddy? Thanks for coming in, man. I appreciate it. Oh, I guess this stuff works better if you plug it in. Could use some of those wireless power tools. Well, I guess they're they do make them. They're called battery powered. And then we're going to cut some grooves, and then we'll do our half laps. Hi, Julie. How you doing? Thanks for coming in. I appreciate you. All right. So I want to cut that about there. Then I want to cut this one about here. Now, these are being cut oversized by design. So, and these we're going to cut about the same time. Why not? We'll just cut them both right there. Squeeze them both down. There. You don't have to drive tonight? Nice. Have a glass of wine later? Okay. Have at it. So what we're going to do is this. Excuse me. And I think we're going to half lap all these joints, and then we're going to worry about getting everything cut down to size. I don't know. But first, we need to... Did I seriously get rid of my... All right, so this one goes here. That side gets cut out. I got rid of my mark for showing which side I wanted to cut out. Oh, nope, there it is. That one. And this one is this side. So this one goes this way. Okay. So that way, that way, that way, this way. All right. So we are going to cut these out. We're going to cut like a dado, a rabbit, what do you want to call it? Not a dado, a rabbit. Julie, how are you doing? Now, hopefully, with these cut down to smaller pieces, I don't have to worry too much about them. I need a thing that's over here behind you guys. Pardon me. All right. So we're going to set you guys up here so that way you can watch the spray if I cut a finger off. I feel like that's ideal. That'll definitely get the clicks. And I need to go to there. We're not worried about this. I really should get a set of or setup blocks, but you know, I'd much rather just do everything the most difficult way possible. set that there. I need to run a 3/8 inch deep cut this way, and it needs to be, let's say, half an inch. I think a half an inch is too far. No, it's 3/8 by a quarter. Yeah. I don't know why I wrote down a half. So we're going to go down to a quarter. And I don't like that. So we're going to run a strip of tape down alongside of there, alongside that blade, so we don't have a piece dropping down in there, launching back and punching me in the mouth. So the tape, this is not acting as a zero clearance. This is just, well, I guess it's kind of acting as a zero clearance. It's just there so that a piece doesn't drop down in there. Hopefully. I really like to keep my face. It's kind of pretty. All right, now we go to a 1/4 inch. Right there. All right, and that will be that. And then we will flip it. And come in 3/8. Yep. All right. Let's do this. Let's see what happens. What's the worst that could happen? Okay. So here, so I made my pieces, a blade width wider than a 1/4 inch, and that gives me a little room to play. So that's a 1/4 inch, but I want a blade width wider. Where you do most everything the hard way. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of my jam. All right, now we need to drop the blade, move the fence. Use one of these pieces. Drop the blade to, oh, hell, I don't even have to drop that. Do I? That looks pretty, looks like it'll be pretty perfect. Kind of digging it. We'll drop it to nudge. We'll drop it to there. All right. And then we're going to move it over. I don't know if I want the offcut piece on the other side of the saw. I probably should have it so it shoots backwards. We're just setting everything up the most difficult way possible here with our eyeball. Actually, seems pretty good. So mark that. Let's cut it. Well, those pieces didn't fly out, and that makes me kind of happy. So this piece has a little ridge here that I'll have to clean up, but not much. So this is what we did. We created a little spot for our glass to sit in and then be clipped in place. So yeah, so that'll be on the inside. So this will be the outside face. And the glass will sit in there. So before we assemble, maybe, I have to decide if I'm going to put any decorative routing on here. And I'm not sure that I really want to, but I do want to break the edge at the very least. So don't know. I don't know. I could just do a simple 45. But I could do a simple 45 and just cut that off right there. Bloop, gone. Not all of it. Leave enough, leave like a little bit on the edge there, and then just knock that corner off. I think a simple 45 would be nice. Now the edge treatment on the outside, we'll do the whole piece is assembled. But hi, Mrs. S. How you doing? Thanks for coming in. I appreciate you. Okay. Oh, I got a little tiny bit in there that has to get trimmed out. But I think it will be okay. All right. So if I'm going to do a 45, now would be the time to do it. And I really don't want to get out the router table, but I will. We're done with the table saw though. So let me put this away. And now I have these little 1/4 inch by 1/4 inch sticks that I cut off. And surprisingly, none of them shot backwards. If you notice, I was standing way off the side. So that way, if anything did fly off, it went straight back. All right. Do not stand directly behind what you're cutting. If there's going to be an offcut piece, don't stand directly behind it. Common sense. I know it's not that common, but we'll see what we can do about increasing the common sense in the world. Which, I mean, I guess if you stood behind things flying off the table saw, I guess would be one way of increasing the common sense. Natural selection, I guess. All right, so we're going to lower that. I reckon I'll break out the router table, throw a piece in there, or should I just, I don't know if I can really do it with the hand router. Maybe. I might be able to do it. We can find out. Probably not really much harm in trying. I mean, a lot could go terribly wrong, but yeah, natural selection and all. So if I clamped the router to the table and then ran the pieces on the router, you guys can't see. Yeah, homemade bread goes quick. Yeah, I think if I clamp the router down to the table, I can just run a piece right on here and I won't have to set up the router table. And that router table kind of sucks. So one of these days we're going to replace it. What do with my, here it is. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to build my own because I want it to do very specific things, and I'm not finding anything that works for me. And I am really getting quite tired of just adapting. I would much rather just make something that does exactly what I want it to do and not have to compromise Now, that means it may have several iterations. I may have different jigs and stuff for it, whatever. It doesn't matter. I need to put this one in here. I do need to pick up some proper bits, though. As much as I don't enjoy spending a bunch of money, I think I'm going to pick up a set of Freud bits. They're pricey, but I think what I'll do is end up picking them up as I need them. Like, I need a couple of sizes of 45-degree bevel, and I think that would probably make sense to pick up, and then later on, as I need other ones, I'll pick those up too. I think that's probably logical. That battery needs charge. I don't know why I didn't put it on the charger last night. All right, so let's grab a big old battery. That gives me something that I can grab a hold of and I can clamp. I'm not sure how exactly I will do this. What I really should do is build a jig so I can set this in the jig and it'll hold it, and then I can clamp the jig to the table, because I do this quite a bit. It makes sense. But before we do that, we'll get this set. I want to take off. You know what? I think right there would be pretty perfect. Hey, old Rami. Thanks for coming in, buddy. Hey, Papas, how you doing, bud? Appreciate you guys. All right, so we're going to do some sketchy shit. We're going to clamp this down. Actually, I probably just clamp the battery and then clamp the clamp to the table. That's probably the most intelligent way to do it. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said intelligent. It's the way that I'm going to do it. So I think that I can do this. Clamp the battery, give myself some stability without crushing the battery. Yeah, and then we'll clamp the clamp just so it doesn't fall over. I think that'll be pretty good. This is just the tool moving on the battery, so we should be all right. We're cleaning out your den for drywall removal. Oh boy, that's going to be a treat. All right, so the way I have it set up, my bit spins this way. All right, so I'm going to feed this way. Now, because I have some crazy grain, I am going to have to trim off this backside by climb cutting it, right? Which means going with the spin of the blade. Be very careful doing that. This blade is spinning at Mach Jesus speeds, and it's very sharp. So we're going to slow that down a little bit. All right, let's see what happens. Kind of half bad little thing. What do you think? Hey, Brian, how you doing, bud? Thanks for coming in, man. I appreciate you. How was your mom doing, Brian? Another one? And another one. I didn't see a notification last night, so I assume, which is probably the wrong thing to do, but I assume. So here's where I messed up. If I'm doing if I am doing a lap joint, I shouldn't have gone all the way to the end. Um, because now I'm going to have one piece that has that travel all the way through. Got a piece of dust in my mouth. Now I can take care of that on the bottom one, but I'm still going to have one piece that travels all the way through. That's kind of a bummer. Hmm. 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 You know what? I have an idea. So when I'm doing the lap joint, what I will do, right? So I'm going to overlay it, but I will cut this piece off, this beveled piece, and I will only overlay the non-beveled piece. Yeah. Yeah. Smart. SMRT. All right, so let's do this one. Tiny bit better? All right, I'm glad to hear it, buddy. I mean, it'd be better if she was doing way better, but I mean, a tiny bit is better than no bits. But I didn't see a live notification for you last night, so I presume that you weren't going live, or YouTube just hates me, which also could happen. Oh, Rami, I'll never get between a man and his mashed potatoes and meatloaf. You go enjoy, buddy. Nailed it. Would you just look at it? Would you just look at it? All right. So, crisis averted. Piece is done. Like that there. That up there. Battery pack right there. So, what do you guys think about the jewelry box? Do you think that'd be a nice little? Or do you think that's a nice idea? I think it's a nice idea. And who knows? Maybe we can get Norm or or perhaps even New Yankee Workshop to pop in and leave a comment. I can put that up. I forgot how much that thing throws wood chips when you do it that way. Well, when you do it anyway, but especially that way. So here's something interesting. All of the videos on New Yankee Workshop, norm is what, 70? What's up, Papa? I'm sorry. Finish the noodle board? No. It's just sitting right there. I'm probably gonna do the glue clean out here tonight while we're talking. But I want to get this lid for this done and glued up so that way I don't have a piece of glass sitting here. I want to get this out to Michael as quickly as I possibly can. It has been quite a while, and while he doesn't care, I do. Just joking. We're probably not even going to finish it. It's just going to get put down here in the pile of unfinished projects, like the door for that. There we go. All right, you guys can watch me do this. Now, what I need to do is mark my half laps. So I think what we will do is we'll go over the top just a little bit. I have to sharpen this yellow pencil. Like grumpy, so we'll allow it. What, Steph? All I have to do to that is hand sand the handle holes, and I want to engrave the inside, and I have to clean the inside. And then fill some little gaps on the top and do a final coat of finish, and then maybe even wax it. Maybe we'll play with that hard wax or that beeswax. All right, so what I'm going to do is this. Boop. I'll move you guys over here so you can absolutely not see what I'm doing. So we're going to go just a nudge past. So, but I want it to be flush with the sides. We're going to make our half lap here. And then we're going to do this. Make this one flush with the side. Make this one flush. We're going to go a tiny bit past. We'll do our half lap here. I want to leave the yellow. This one, obviously, we have to do the half lap on the bottom side. Right? Almost fucked that right up. So tiny bit past. So we'll do our half lap there. All right, we'll worry about the bottom because the bottom is going to be different. This is simply a 90-degree. This one is, well, I don't know. It might not be 90 degrees anymore, but it should be. If you don't finish, no biscuits. Sorry. Why are we yelling at Dan? I was driving. Everybody always yells at Dan. There doesn't have to be a reason. So, what we are doing here should get us up there. And that one we'll be able to bring down there. And then once we get those two attached, we'll do the bottom. Or at least sort of attached. You know what I might do? I have this nifty brass pin piece left over from the bassinet build. Where is it? At least I think I still have it. Here it is. I have this nifty brass pin. He can get some biscuits. I could, do the half flap. Maybe put a brass pin in it. Maybe. It's gonna be interesting making noodles without a noodle board. Listen, I made noodles on my counter. All right. Maybe if Steph is lucky, I will even bring over my noodle cutter thing. And my noodle roller. All right. So, not that piece. These two pieces. Now, what I need to do is I need to find the halfway point here and set the depth of my saw to stop just shy of the halfway point. We'll clean it up with a chisel. So we're going to get this going. And we are also going to put in a block so it pushes the wood out towards the center of the blade. So I can do this and make it relatively flat. But now we're just looking for that halfway mark. Oh, goodness. That went from not even close to halfway to way past halfway. Okay. Now, I think I have that set. So what we're going to do is we're going to find out if I'm at the halfway mark. Okay. All right, so I need to be right here. Put a board behind that so we can push our stuff off of it. Oh, I got a bunch of boards somewhere. How about this here big old chunky 2x4? That'll push me way out here. And then I'll cut my slot, and that will actually show me exactly where my blade's going to go. which will be brilliant. So to do that, we're going to clamp this to the fence. Oops, wrong one. That knob. The proper standard. Counter needles proper though. No, they're not. Right, Papa? It's not you tonight. This is surprising. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to see how this cut lines up with my halfway mark. I don't remember which one I put the half. Oh, well, that's not going to work. Well, first, let's see if we got this lined up for halfway. That is actually surprisingly close. Yeah. Awesome. You know what? I don't think it's going to throw me off just a little bit, but I think what I'll do is this. I'll clamp this one over here. Whoop. There. That pulls it in nice and tight. Doesn't interfere. Okay. Only drawback is there. I have to sit on that. So all we're going to do is we're going to make a bunch of cuts. Just cut, cut, cut. What'd you say, Steph? Trying to get me in trouble? Okay, and then I want to test it with this one. I have to come down a tiny bit more. Like a tiny bit. Hey, Southern Charm, how you doing? Thanks for coming in. I appreciate seeing you again. I think that might be perfect. Let's find out. So all we're doing is we're taking one little pass off of the end of each, so we can find out if we are set. You can see we are just off. Like, just off. Okay. The trick is not going too far, which we just did. So I got to back that off a little bit. Whew. This fine tuning thing is going to be the death of me. Okay, let's try this. By George, I think we got it. I think we might actually have it. You're so help. Back Amazon is here. All righty. All right, so I'm gonna make a bunch of cuts here. Do a couple here. Make sure we're still looking pretty good, and that gives us just a little proud, which is fine because we can sand it to fit. When we were born, everyone panicked. Hey, Regaro, how you doing? Thanks for popping in. I appreciate it. There we go. Got that. Now it needs to be wide enough to accept that and have a little bit stick out. So we're going to go and then a couple of passes. There we go. That'll be pretty good. We're going to do the same on this one. That will give us a pretty great half lap. Good. I just have to clean up a little bit right there in the corner. I don't know if you guys can see. It's a little high because I didn't want to slide it into the blade too much. So that'll give us a half lap there. We'll cut this. We'll take this little 45 bit off of the one side. I'll put our half lap about here. And I need to go a little bit more because I want it to stick out. So what we're going to do is make a couple more cuts. And that will have us looking pretty great. Good. Good, good. Okay, so we're going to cut that off. We're going to come out a bit. We're going to cut that off. We're going to stick out a bit. So we'll have about that much of stick out. That'll allow us to trim down. Hey, Runic, what's going on, buddy? Thanks for coming in, man. Appreciate you. If you guys don't know, Runic now has memberships on his channel. So congrats to him for getting to the 443 bajillion views that you need for that. What am I pretending to do tonight? We are pretending to make the flag case lid. Because the glass should be here hopefully this weekend, and or I should be able to pick it up hopefully this weekend. So a good carpenter has all his fingers. I don't know. I know some really good carpenters that are missing a few. All right, so we're gonna worry about this one later. Make sure we didn't screw ourselves here. No, we got plenty. We are golden. Golden. All right. So what I need to do is cut a very little bit off of that. And I think we are going to do this the absolute most difficult way that I can think of, and that's with this little pull saw. And then work it down. So to do that, we're gonna clamp this onto the table. And I need to come down to here. Okay. Now we should be able to knock that off with the chisel. In theory, we will score it first with a knife. I didn't come quite. Oh, I didn't need to. Okay. Good. This one is just a thin little piece, so we're going to just right there. Okay. That piece will be underneath. Boom. Broke off. Bam. Oh, can you guys see anything I'm doing? 3rd gen. Glue it, then use a table saw. What? So Papa, yeah. That's how we're gonna trim that, but we're taking this off, squaring it up, so that our joint meets here. Which I can see. Need to make an adjustment and how far down I cut that because I didn't think about it. So I need to cut it down to here. But I need to leave a line. Okay. There we go. That is where I need to come down to. And that will give us a square frame, and I'll just chisel it out a little bit to meet that. Perfect. All right. So we are going to, man, I really do just want to use a saw to go after that because it would be so much safer. But I also don't want to hurt myself. So maybe what we'll do is use the oscillating tool and we'll cut right up through it. We're going to put on a blade that was not used and beaten up. Put on a new blade. Got one right here. And we will go probably about that angle. And we'll clamp that to the table. Just so it doesn't walk around and I can actually control my little tool. And we can clean that up. Now let's see if I mess this all up. Which I might have. Okay, so in order to get that to line up, I'm going to need to be able to come in a little bit more. I got to run a couple more passes on the saw. And we have a ton of length to do so. All right. So what I need to do, thanks, Exit. I appreciate that. What I need to do is, my dumbass didn't think about, I didn't think about mating that 45. So I need to be able to come in a little bit more so that I can get that 45 in there and then cut it like you would crown molding, right? And undercut it a little bit so we can get it to line up. But in order to do that, I need to be able to move in because I'm stupid. So I need, I don't know, 4 blade widths, maybe. Good thing we didn't take this apart. Not paying attention? Yeah, you always got to pay attention. Always got to pay attention. Hey, I'm a mechanic too. Southern Comfort, Southern Charm. I'm a mechanic too. I don't like to be, but I am. All right, let's make a couple more cuts here. See if that is far enough without going too far over. That should put us right where we need to be. Actually, that should put us really close to where we need to be. That's kind of great. All right. And now we got to clean up. Right, clean up this joint so that we can glue it, and clamp it, and bevel that little piece right there. Let's see, which would be the easiest way to do it? I guess what we're going to do is cut 45 out there. Also, I try not to do too much twisted, weird stuff. That'd be a little terrible. Sick, twisted stuff, but we'll see if I lose a finger or not tonight. Not with this, because this is literally like the saw they used to cut your cast off. It just vibrates. It doesn't spin. So your skin, your skin moves. I don't know if you can see my fingers vibrating. Like it can't cut. I mean, I suppose it could if you tried hard enough, but I don't know why you would. Let's use that to get the bulk off. All right, and then you have to cut in and down. We're going to end up doing this with a chisel, but I want to just get a little bit of a, yeah, now it's too big. That's too big now. We got to use the chisel to clean that up. I could probably use my coping saw. Nah. So we're going to use this one. What I need to do is come in here and here. Here and here. And we'll just whittle it away. Slowly but surely. As long as I don't overshoot, this should be fine. I really want this to look good, so we're going to do everything the most difficult possible way so that I know when it looks good and I feel like I put some real effort into it. Because, well, that's the only way that I validate myself, really, by doing too much. Room's quiet tonight. Want to get a chisel set? What's a good brand? I have no idea. I have a very expensive set that's out being sharpened. Again, I was playing with him, and I did get him back. He does have them, but he is so backed up right now. It's not even funny. I really should learn how to sharpen. price doesn't always equate to value or quality, but when I bought those, I thought more expensive, more gooder. So, I mean, they're nice chisels, but it seems it's probably just because I don't know how I'm using them. I don't know how to use them proper, so they got to get sharpened all the time. I really should learn how to use a chisel, or I should learn how to sharpen a chisel. Son of a bitch, that's pretty fucking nice. Heels to the yayo. Let's clean that up. Let's clean this up. What we're gonna do is run the line across the grain, cut it, and then kind of pick this stuff off to make it nice and flat. This is probably where I should have it clamped on my table. But most difficult way possible. There are a lot of people in the chat that have much more experience with chisels and stuff than I do. 130 for a 4 set. Stanley Sweethearts. I have heard good things about the Sweethearts. Yeah, I should probably get a set. Let's clamp this to the table so I can actually work on it without hurting myself or without slipping. You are right. The room is very quiet tonight. Kind of wondering why. It's Thursday and everybody's saving up their energy for Friday. Okay, so this has to get whittled in a little bit more. So it's got to go to there. So I got to take a tiny little sliver off of this one, yeah. We'll take a little sliver off of that. Cut that a little bit. Undercut that one a little bit. Let's see. Probably help if I could look at it. All right, I got to trim that just a bit. Just bear with me a little bit longer and we'll get this glued up and then we'll have our beverage and chill time. All right, I need to. So we're fitting really nicely here. Oop, really nicely here. When we don't fit very nicely, it's there. Not really okay with that. So I got to whittle it back just a little bit to close that gap right there. This up here, it's kind of perfect. Also, I had almost forgotten that I have to clean up this edge a little bit. That may change things. So, what do you guys got planned for this weekend? I'm sorry. I know I'm not very talkative tonight. I do try to be talkative. Um, I go Saturday to pick up some lumber, but I'm not sure what lumber it is. So hopefully it's the oak. We can then start our rocking chair build. That would be ideal. I don't know why we're having such a hard time with oak around here lately. With white oak specifically. But it is what it is. There's nothing I can control. Oop. This. Damn, that actually made it fit even better. But I do still have a little bit of a gap on the back. So, before we go too far, let's make sure that we are still riding good and square here. Just squeezing that together. I don't want to be too off and then end up with an open gap or a. All right, I need to trim that back just a bit. Okay. Need to trim that just a little bit. It's not a big deal, honestly. I think that's because I went a little deep on that. I don't actually have to trim anything. I just have to flatten this bit back here better. I think that's what screwed me up there. Tiny bit more. Just right back here. So mark that. We'll trim into it. I know this is not the most exciting time. Oh, I asked you guys a question. Didn't even look. The Narex. I have heard the Narex. Yeah. We're afraid. Afraid of what? You're going easy tonight. Clean the shop. Yeah, I should clean my shop too. Today's the day people usually go through a breakup. I thought that was Monday. They get together for the weekend because, reason. Oh, we're so close. So very close. Mm. Ooh, so very close. In fact, like so close that I don't want to play with it. Really don't. Think that if I glue it together, I could just spread it apart a little bit to get when I put this bottom piece in, I know you guys can't see me. When I put the bottom piece in, I'm thinking that I can spread these ends out just a tiny bit, put some tension on it, and get it to square perfectly because, I'm so close that I'm in dangerous territory here of if I keep playing with it. But if I get it to spread out a little bit with the bottom piece, well, we can give it a shot. We can try to play with it just a little bit. If I can go just a little bit without going over. Getting up at 8 tomorrow morning, getting coffee, then cleanup time. Steph and Bex are very quiet. I don't understand why. What's going on over there, Steph and Bex? All right, let's line this one up. I can see. Oh, oh, it's so close to perfect. Like, I bet if I just kind of flatten that bit right there, really hoping that I'm not fucking it up. Job apps. Oh, yeah. Going down the rabbit hole. I could probably turn you guys a little bit so you can actually see what I'm doing. Oh. So there. Now, all right, so that is even there. That is even there. Push those two together. All right. You know what? That's too close for me to play with. I'm going to leave it alone. We're going to glue this together, clamp it. And I will fill any gap later. Like it took like 2 hours to get that done. Well, I guess not quite, but still. Better not take that long to do these two. Now these two have to be done at an angle, a very steep angle. which we'll be doing, this will be upside down up against the fence, and I'll be cutting the angle, right? First I'm gonna go across, and when I get to the end, then I'll change it to the angle and start going through that way. Well, let's get this glued up, shall we? Let's get it glued, clamped. We're going to break out a Jorgensen clamp so we have the extra super duper clamping ability. And I got this piece of plastic still. I haven't chucked it yet. So we'll use this to prevent me from dropping a ton of glue on my table. I have got to be one of the world's slowest woodworkers. I'm convinced of it. And I apologize. Thank you guys for sticking with me through all of the silly, stupid. Oh. So I'm going to have a bunch of glue on here. Put some glue up in here. Now this will all get sanded and stuff, so I'm not overly concerned about squeeze out, but we will probably put a bit of a soft round over on the outside edge. Once we get the whole thing assembled. This way I only have to work with square stock. I don't have to account for any edges. Grab a paper towel. Oh, look, I have one right there. I want to see this joint, which is the only reason I'm wiping this. I do not recommend wiping the wood glue joint because at least not with a porous wood like maple. You guys can't see a damn thing. Sorry. I'm gonna have to just let you guys suffer. But because that gets wood glue in the joint or in the pores of the wood. But this is a joint that I need to be able to see. So having squeeze out there is not very ideal. Let's see if we can get that pushed together. Hold that. Clamp that. Good amount of pressure on that. Not too much, not too little. And here is our joint. A tiny little bit of squeeze out on there that I'm going to leave go. But there we go. There's joint one. Steph, didn't you have the or are you hedging your bets? You're not just going to assume that you're going to get the position with the people who got the contract next? You're just hedging your bets there a little bit? Or are you actively considering a career change? You were number 3. Who took number 3? You were disappointed again? I'm sorry. Who did take number 3? Papa's. You're still number 3 on my list. All right. So, guys, when I'm doing woodworking, would it make more sense to have you guys up here? Like if I'm like, let's pretend I'm running the saw right now. Would it make more sense to have you guys up here while I'm working? Or here where you guys normally are while I'm working? Or do you prefer to be like kind of in? Like I don't know why you'd want to be in. Depends on what you're doing. Okay, that makes sense. So like when I'm over here playing with the chisel and stuff, cleaning up these joints, having you up here probably be better, more of a top-down view, or are you just going to be looking at my back while I'm? You're just going to be looking at my back. So there, I'd probably want to put you down here so you can actually see what I'm doing. Hey, Janelle, how you doing? Oh, you guys are way up there. I don't have to look up to too many people, but goodness. So when I'm doing stuff like running the table saw over here, having you guys just up high is probably a good thing, right? That way, I gotta be over here running the saw, and you guys can actually kind of see what's going on. How you doing, Janelle? You guys were down here, just kind of like face height for me, and considering money. Plumber's crack. Well, I hope to not show anybody my plumber's crack, but I make no promises. I make no promises. I am a journeyman plumber. Wait, is that a real thing? No. I'm a wannabe journeyman plumber. Face the muffin belly. Hey. I don't know. I find this to be more comfortable because I feel like I'm just talking to you guys. But I've been seeing a lot of videos where, if they're working on a table, they've got the camera like way up here, kind of looking down, which makes sense, right? Because then you're kind of getting a top-down view of what's being assembled or whatever. By the way, I think we're just moving on into the shoot the shit, have a drink category of the night. We'll be on here till around 10:30. And then we're going to call it a night. Rings back, all is good? Hell yeah. So what I'm ultimately trying to do is I'm trying to figure out how camera angle ultimately makes or breaks my videos, right? So like during a live stream, I guess it's kind of complicated because I'd either have to keep moving you guys around all the time or whatever. But if this were a long form video, small camera on my hat, yeah, that'd probably work out better. I could get one of those chest mounts. That probably would be pretty good. Except for then I'd have to have the computer set up so I could read chat. Although a little camera on the hat just would be pretty great. Once I get the internet ran out here, pterodactyl view. Once I get the internet ran out here, I have motion sickness. Oh, and on the hat. Oh yeah, I'm moving all over the fucking place. I think chest mount would probably be the least the least nauseating. And then if I forgot, flip my hat backwards or something, you guys would just be staring at that. I had to go find that one in Kentucky to apply to. If I can do it. What was that one? That was like 200 and some odd K a year or something like that. So my thought is, I've got four cameras that are going to be set up out here once I get the shop computer built. So I'm going to use the phone and the four cameras. All right. But I can add another camera. So my thought with the four cameras was to put, if this is the area that I'm working in all the time, which it typically is, put in a camera like up here in the corner or up here looking out, putting one over here, and then doing the opposite two sides, right? That way I can edit all of those videos. Like if I'm standing in front of this camera, but this camera has a really good view, I can switch. Now I won't be able to use those for live streams, I guess, unless I got some switch box. But I was thinking about putting a swivel mount right here in the middle of the shop so that I can just mount a camera to it and spin it around like Woodchucker does. Keeping on task will help retention more than camera angles. Yeah, that's probably fair, Janelle. Yeah, Steph, wasn't this job a shits and giggles job? Wasn't that a shits and giggles application? So that is for my future. Here, I've got the cameras. I don't know anything about them. I just picked up a random set of cameras. They're just webcams, so I don't know if they're going to be any good. We'll see. But for audio, I'm just going to use the mics and be done. And then we'll see how it works, like going into live streams and doing it. I may get one of those boxes or something. There might be even a computer program, but I'd really hate to have to walk over to the corner to the computer to switch cameras every time. But, whatever. We'll see how it works out. Now, one thing I do want to do is I do want to get something like a GoPro so that I can do some of the kind of cool shots. Like, if I'm going to be planing a really thick piece of wood, right? Maybe slap the GoPro down low on the table and, or on the piece of wood, but down low to the table. So I'm well away from the blades, sending it through, getting that kind of a shot. How'd I make the gun right? Well, that one? That one I just lopped off a chunk of hickory board that I had. Kind of sort of followed the natural grain to create the live edge on top and bottom. And then these, the little hangers here, are just piece of black walnut that I cut at, I don't know, some arbitrary angle. Collar cam on a shop kitty. I don't have a shop kitty. And my cat is not coming out here. My cat would be hiding underneath a refrigerator or something. But I do see like now most of the people that do like that, they have a camera person. So it's funny, Arami. Yeah, the two little holders are just two pieces of black walnut that I cut at an arbitrary angle and just glued and nailed them together and then screwed them to the hickory board so that it holds, any antiques. It don't have to be an antique. Hey, Tommy, what's up, buddy? It doesn't have to be an antique. Also, antique firearms are not always as expensive as people think. Um, Depends on where you're getting them and, if they're functional or not, or if they're, museum quality or, one like this, like my grandfather's, which was used and abused. Hey, MD, how you doing? Thanks for coming. I appreciate it. MD, tonight we started doing the actual lid for the flag case. Um, make sure that I'm not fucking myself here. I really hate to do that. Nope. We will be. Let's see. It'll sit right about there. There. This will come over here. That'll sit. Nice. All right. So this is the top, right? We're going to do the bottom. When we're just half lapping the joints, which is taking a bit of time, but the gun shows in Ohio are expensive. Yes, Orami. So what I did was I treated it like crown molding, right? And I just notched it out. I do have a tiny bit of a gap here that's going to bother the shit out of me. But that's because I got too heavy-handed with the chisel right there. So what I did was I cut off the beveled piece on the overlap. That way, I completely eliminate needing to do anything with the bevel or doing a stop cut or something like that. All right. So we, instead of overlapping this whole thing, we cut this piece right off. And now we're just overlapping that piece. We will see if it was a good idea, but it's not bassinet quality. Listen here, Kevin. I don't know that I'm ever going to beat that bassinet. All right. Let's be honest. But I'm going to give it a hell of a try. So, since I got you guys in here, I did show it earlier. I am thinking about making one of these. Now, I know it's a little blown out, but that's because I didn't change the picture when I took the screenshot. Norm Abram made that. He made the plans and everything, and his birthday is tomorrow. So, I'm not doing it tomorrow, but I would like to do. Norm was this old house and New Yankee Workshop. But tomorrow is his birthday, and he is retired now from, TV anyway. Thinking that since I am much better in my woodworking skills now than I was when I was watching that show, might want to do a little homage, maybe is the word, to Norm. And I don't know. I'm still thinking about it, but I maybe throw my own twist. But What do you guys think? Think it'll be fun? It'll be fun. Yeah. Yeah. Norm was the man. He was the watching This Old House and New Yankee Workshop and things. That is the reason why I do any of this. So, um, I feel like a little salute to Norm would be a nice thing. Plus, he's like, I don't know, 75, 76 tomorrow. Yeah, it'll definitely be a challenge. I've never built a box quite like that. But I'm down to give it a try. The real big issue will be I'm gonna have to resaw all my wood. Well, any wood that I use for it, unless I have it from the mill, uh, thinner, because using 3/4 material is not going to be acceptable for that. It would have to be more like 1/2 inch. Right? Vintage American chestnut chest of drawers. So he actually made that based off of a jewelry box that he had seen in a antique store, probably in Massachusetts, because I believe that's where he lives. Um, so he used that jewelry box as an inspiration, and it was very much like like a antique chest of drawers. Yeah, but I'm thinking that thinking I can do it. You know, it's like I don't know. Now I'm at the point in my woodworking where I think that I can actually do some of the projects that he did. Um, I think I'd like to give it a shot because, like I said, is the only reason that I'm doing this is those guys, and I feel like there is a huge number of woodworkers and carpenters and all of that that are only doing it because of those TV shows. TV shows like that, at least. So, I don't know what I'm going to do with it yet. I sure as hell can't ship it to somebody. At least I wouldn't do it for free because it's going to be heavy, but and big. Big is usually the thing that charges for shipping. I'm sure Steph would want it. So here we are in our shoot the breeze session of the night. Let's move this thing. It's not dripping anymore, so we can move this to over here and let it set here and do its thing while we remove this. And I think while we just kind of hang out and chat, I'm going to relocate this so it doesn't get damaged. I'm probably going to work on that tomorrow. Or not tomorrow. I'll probably work on that Saturday. Saturday, I do have to pick up some lumber. I don't know yet if it is the oak lumber, the white oak lumber. Hopefully it is. That would be brilliant. But if it's not, we'll make do. Like I said earlier, I don't know what is the issue with getting white oak lumber around here. I want everything. I'm sure you do. I may just post it up for sale. So one of the things that I've been doing, actually, when I do that, maybe that will be one of my signature pieces. Francois? Um, for the new name change. We'll see. Maybe that'll be the first piece with the new name on it. We will see. So while we're just talking here, I'm going to take this opportunity to do some cleanup of this glue so I can get the noodle board done for Steph. So she can quit harping on me about it. Always harping. Also, Steph, you're going to have to get a much larger house if you want everything that I make. Oh, I should move you guys a little closer because I can't read the chat from there. So let's do this. How you doing today, Francois? Appreciate you coming in, buddy. Hope you're doing good. So, one of the perks of not wiping this glue in the corners is it stayed in the corners. So, how about I build you a bigger house? Wrong kind of woodworker. Also, did you see how long it took me to build a fucking bassinet? You want me to build a house? Are you nuts? Also, do you know how expensive it would be to have a cherry, maple, and black walnut house? That'd be the most expensive house in the world. And it'd be the size of a matchstick box. Build me a house. Fucking hell. It's like she doesn't even know me. I can build pieces to go in a house. Hey, Tim, how you doing? Thanks for coming in, buddy. I appreciate it. So what we're going to do is see if we can't cut right down this edge. Pop off all those little bits of glue. Do a little scrapey. Perfect. Oh, it's just brilliant. Hopefully it continues to work like that for the rest of the sides. I just push a button. I want hot to build it. And yes, I no longer. All right, Tim. Well, I'm glad you're doing a little better. Yeah. Apparently, autocorrect doesn't like you. I need to. You know what I need to do? Let's unplug this. I have to keep my phone plugged in because I didn't plug it in at work today. But because it sits at an angle, I don't want it to pull the. I want it to pull the mic out. Is the mic still working? I don't know. Some random lights just came on. Or maybe it's because I unplugged it and plugged it back in. Yep. All right. Good deal. There's my chisel over here. So all I'm doing here is just waiting for you guys to pick a topic of conversation while I scrape this out. The this being the glue squeeze out in here. There's room for a lot of biscuits there, right? Lots of biscuits. Probably angle you guys down a little bit. Also, lots of cheese because, well, we know that cheese is a thing. And I am sure that, I don't know, what's the next holiday where people have food? Thanksgiving? Probably Thanksgiving. I'm sure there will be a ton of cheese piled up in here, amongst other things. I'm not even sure it will take till Thanksgiving. I'll probably get a Snapchat as soon as she gets it. As soon as I leave, that's just this thing full of cheese that she pulled out of the fridge. Which I'm not mad about because I do like cheese. Not as much as Steph likes cheese, but cheese can fix everything. Right, MD? Also, I hear that cheese actually has some properties in it, or it causes the brain to produce some sort of chemical that actually makes cheese addictive. Probably some sort of chemical in the brain, like a happy chemical or something. Which kind of makes sense because cheese is delicious. Use cheese as wood filler. Food, a bad day, the list goes on and on. Use cheese as wood filler. Yeah, then Steph would eat it. She'd eat my board. All right, so what I've decided to do is I put the chisel flat against the side and run it down at an angle, kind of cutting through the glue on the side. And that allows me to then just scrape it off the bottom for the most part. Just till I get down here to the corners where there's more. Like that. It will still work. And since the back of this is nice and smooth, I don't think that I'm really tearing up my piece of wood with scratches or anything. There we go. Got that whole corner cleaned out. Now, is this a good idea for a chisel? Probably not. Did this chisel cost me a bunch of money? No. No. Do I really care? Yeah. I have a sharpener. The only thing I've done with it successfully is ruin chisels. The straw trick when the glue is still wet? No, very rarely. Very rarely do I use the straw trick. For this, I did not want to take any chances of it spreading, so I just left it alone. Because I am not going to be doing a whole lot of sanding in here. This has already been 220 sanded. I may do a quick light pass across it, but for the most part, the inside of this is ready for finish. Now, the straw trick is a really great trick. I just, when I'm not wanting to take any chances, I don't do anything to it. If you spread wood glue, it tends to get into pores, which is why I don't wipe it with a rag, even a wet rag, because it's just spreading the glue around. But run some painter's tape before glue up. Yeah, I should have done that. That was something that I definitely should have done. Harbor Freight? No, this came from Amazon. It's a GREBSTK chisel. It's CRV. Like that matters. But I mean, I haven't sharpened them yet, and they're still holding a nice edge. And I beat the snot out of them on the bassinet build. No, my Harbor Freight chisels are over here. These are the ones that I typically will use to scrape glue, beat on stuff, like just abuse these things. But for this, I wanted a nice sharp chisel. What up, New Roots? Yeah. The painter's tape would have been a brilliant thing to do. But I didn't think about it. I was too excited about just putting it together. That's what happens when you get into a hurry, I guess. All right, so we're going to go over to this corner. I'm going to trim this side up, and then we're going to turn the board around because it's easier to go this way than it is to go this way. Hey, Lee Penn, how you doing, buddy? Thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. So, well, I hope everybody's going to have a good, fun weekend. We work all week, most of us anyway, work all week to have 2 days off. And try to squeeze in as much fun in those 2 days as we possibly can, or as many projects as we possibly can. Now, the flip side to this is I don't really mind doing some cleanup. Need to get yourself a new set of chisels. 10-year-old big box store bargain buys right now. Yeah, not so good for wood. Yep, I know that feeling. I don't know anything about chisels, buddy. I I really need to learn more. Um, but Nerex and Papa let us know about two brands. Um, and I can't. Yeah, Nerex, and there was another one that Papa had said. Also, hey Robert, how you doing? What was it? Stanley Sweetheart, I believe you said. They were both pretty similar in price range. Yeah, there it is. Also, what nights am I usually on, and what time do I go live? So I go on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Tuesday, I do those after my day job, so around six, between 6 and 6:30. Um, and then Tuesdays we try to end at 8:30, and Thursdays we go till like 10:30. And then I usually go on a weekend day, um, so Saturday or Sunday, and that's usually like a long stream, right? I don't expect people to hang out for the entire thing. That's usually when I'm building something or I'm doing something in the shop, right? I just kind of hang out. Um, so, but the weekend day is usually when it's going to rain, so that I'm not in here on a nice day, and then find out that like come in on Saturday and it's nice, and Sunday it's raining and I can't mow my grass, or stuff like that. So the weekend day varies. Um, but I have been trying to cut down a little bit on the amount of time that the weekend one is live. Uh, but mainly because some of the projects I have, people don't want to be shown. Um, like, they have personal engravings and stuff. So I can't log in, so you can't chat. Bummer. Well, do you work on Saturdays? But, I try to respect people's privacy. Um, a lot of people, know that I have a YouTube channel, right? And when I'm out here working, sometimes I'll just get bored and I'll go live. Um, so it has become one of the questions that I ask when I'm getting a commission is, do you mind if I stream it? And lately I've had more people say, please don't, than say, yeah, that's fine. But like I said, most of those are because they have something that has personal engravings or something like that on them, which I understand. That makes sense. Now this weekend, I am going to build. Well, I'm going to do some cuts for some material Sunday to Thursday. Okay. Well, hey, man, I appreciate you checking me out. You're at work. That's awesome. This weekend, I'm going to do some cutting, getting pieces cut down to size for a video that I have to redo. And then I'm going to be doing some recording. But I like to do all of my cutting ahead of time because, like, I'll take some video of the cutting, but oh, I won't say nothing, Papa. I'll take video of some of the cutting, just to kind of throw it in there. But like if I can't sleep Saturday night or I feel like I want to be up late, I will record then. Um, or if I can't sleep and I got up at 3 o'clock in the morning on a weekday, I'll record, but I don't want to run power tools. Right. So I try to do cutting ahead of time. Now, on the bright side, this video that I have coming out, or that I'm going to be re-recording, I know exactly how to cut everything, so I can do it pretty quick because I've already done it once. Yes, on occasion, I will get up at 3 o'clock in the morning, and I'm not going back to sleep because then I will not get up for work at 5:30. So I usually am just awake. Nobody really knows I'm awake. I don't even think the dog knows I'm awake. He's just snoozing on the couch, usually. But he's old, so it's kind of what he does now. And aside from light coming through that window there, the rocking chair, we have plans for that. Do I do this full time? Sort of. This is a business, but I do have a day job. So, yeah, we have plans for that, which I will share the plans. I won't, because I did purchase them from a woodworking magazine. So I won't share all the plans because that's not part of the purchase agreement. But I will share where they're available at and all of that. And, you'll get looks at some of the plan pages. And he's gonna wait. Yeah, I will always throw my own special touches onto things. Sometimes by accident, sometimes on purpose. But I do not like just I'm not a big by the book fan, right? I have a software. I do have SketchUp, but I am so bad at using it that hang on, I can't read that other comment. I am so bad at using it that I just generally don't. I most of the stuff that I build is done off of sketches or just right off the top of my head. Forcing yourself to succeed. Yeah. No no doubt, New Roots. Um I mean, I wish you the best. That is a scary step, and I would love to do it. Um, but I am terrified that I will not be able to pay my bills. Um, while the shop makes, a good bit of money, I'm not paying myself. So the shop's not doing that great, right? That I can pay myself what I would need to make to quit my day job. Plus, once I start drawing a pay from the shop, then it has to be even more because now I've got taxes and shit I got to pay, like payroll kind of taxes. Yeah, SketchUp has a hell of a learning curve, and I dabble with it. Supervisor Jack can do it. I dabble with it from time to time. Now, somebody who's really good with SketchUp is something that I know is Runic. He's really good. And I will probably, when I am ready to dive into it a little more, I will probably lean on him for that. But I used to think that I was a computer guy, and like computers are simple, right? It's just ones and zeros. It's nothing real crazy. And then computer programs got complicated, and I learned that I'm a basic computer guy, like Pong, right? I can build any computer you want, but hey, there you go, Roots. 4 months in, you must be doing something right. I can't start to learn it correctly. And there's so many like how to use SketchUp like a pro videos out there, right? But they all start off assuming that you already know how to use SketchUp like a pro. Like you just don't know this one simple little thing. And that's what their 45-minute video is about, is telling you this one little thing. And I'm like, I don't understand. And your buttons don't match my buttons. So I can't even follow along because we're on two different versions, apparently. And that's the bit that drives me nuts. Like, I can't even watch a video to follow along and try to learn that way by, following your project and doing the exact same thing on my screen because your buttons are different than mine. So I've got to constantly pause your video, find what button that you just said you clicked, and then unpause your video just so that I can pause it again 3 seconds later to click on another button. Or hotkeys. Yeah. Hotkeys are worse for me because I have the memory of a retarded squirrel, right? Like, there's a lot up here, there's a bunch up here, but only about 12% of it is useful. 10% of it's trying to keep me alive, and the rest of it is just random nonsense that nobody cares about, and woodworking stuff that also not many people care about. Guardian woodworking. See, and I keep getting emails from SketchUp, like specifically targeting woodworkers, but I'm not seeing anything in it that makes me want to. Like, I already have it. So what are you doing emailing me to tell me that I can use your program to make plans? Like, I got it. That's why I have the project, the plan or program. But oh man, I've been gaming my entire life. Um, but it got to the point recently that most of my games are controller based games on the PC. Hey Zyro. Also not wrong. Sorry to anybody out there who identifies as a retarded squirrel, but let's be honest. Nobody really cares. All right, there we go. Now, all I have left is this little side here to do. Yeah, I've got to be able to do it. I can't, like, I can watch you do it all day. But if I can't actually do it, like with my hands, I'm not going to retain any of that knowledge. Hey, Maia, I guess. How you doing? Sorry if I butchered your name. You would be amazed at how much I get done out here in the shop at 3 in the morning. Three, 4, 5, 6 o'clock out here just doing stuff, even just puttering around. Sometimes I don't even do anything. Just come out here, sit down, and scroll Instagram. Have a cup of coffee. This is like my office used to be like my place where I went, right? That's where that was my game room, my man cave. Now it's more work. And I don't really relax in there anymore, but I can come out here and just the smell of the shop, puttering around, touching things, looking at things, sketching up an idea like that. That's my jam. That's relaxing for me. It's exciting. Like if I'm sketching up an idea, it's not because I have to usually. It's an idea that came to me on my own, right? Not because somebody paid me for it. Um and it's usually by the time I draw it out on a piece of paper, I'm excited to build. Built in your mom's garage. When 7 or 8 p.m. hits, it's tools off. Yep. So, like, this is my garage, right? I turned it into a shop. It's my house. But I do have neighbors. So I try to cut my tools off at 8 p.m., right? I don't run any saws. I'll run little things like a router or the oscillating saw or sander, right? Things that aren't crazy loud because I don't want to be that guy. But you can get a lot done in a small shop. I'm a firm believer that you do not need 40,000 square feet and $100,000 worth of tools to build anything or to succeed as a woodworker. Sure, you might grow into something like that, you know, employees, etc. If your business really takes off, starts doing well, it's often bassinet oriented. Yeah, maybe. But um, I am a very firm believer that a shed, oh, it would definitely be nice. I'm a firm believer. All you need is a space. That's it. Any space, and you can build something. If it fits in that space, you can build it. Yeah. Yeah, that's the drawback to a small size shop is if you're building anything large, that's it. That's what you're building now. You're not building three of them. You know, you're not you're not building this table over here on that side, and you got planter box season and 400 planter boxes sold, and you're building them over here on this side, and got something else sitting here getting finish on it. Like that's not. Yeah, I can imagine. It's not a treat. I used to, so my basement shop is like just under 12 feet wide and 20 feet long. Right. So when I moved out here, this felt giant. It still feels giant compared to my basement. And the ceiling is like 6'5". And that's it. You're not picking up a billboard and flipping it over. You're you're doing some sort of lay it down, roll it, move it where you want it, shuffle. And it was exhausting. But I got a lot of stuff built down there. I built three or 400, maybe, chests, boxes, toy boxes that I was selling to a guy in, I can't remember, Texas, Oklahoma, something like that. I'd build them, take them to a depot, ship them out there. Like the Rode Micro Mic. Oh, you talking this thing? No, that's what is it? It's Hollyland Hollyland Lark A1 muffins. Yeah. What did Steph say? And muffins. So what should you say above that? I see blue. I can build bread, muffins, and biscuits. Yes. Yes. And tomorrow, she's going to make her first homemade noodles. At least I presume that her first. I don't know. Right? She uh she fought me on the baking thing for a while. And then she made a mistake and said, "Well, I don't have a big mixer. All right. I don't have a like I sent her a recipe, right? And she's like, "Well, I don't have that mixer." So now she does. She fucking does now. And you know what I have? Fucking muffins. I don't have to pay $4 a muffin at for some junk dry. So they're moist muffins, but somehow when you bite it, your mouth turns into the Sahara Desert. And I don't understand how they get moist and the driest thing on the planet at the same time in a tiny little muffin. It mind boggles me. And why they charge me $4 for the experience? You're gonna catch her using it one day. Also, I get bread. So yeah, she was definitely trying real hard to not be a baker. And then now she's like, huh, I'm actually good at this. Who would have thunk it? You want to say these things? I won't tell. I won't tell at all. But I don't eat breakfast very often, right? So I like to have a muffin in the morning, take it into work with me, put it on my toolbox. When I'm ready to have them have a a snack, a breakfast or whatever. Um, I have my muffin. The most recent ones she made were blueberry, or not blueberry, banana. Blueberry were the first, and they were good, but the banana are better. Excuse. Yep. The Stex has corrupted your autocorrect again. Or they do it to mine too. All right, I got this one corner to do yet, and there's quite a big glob of it here, so we're gonna have to do it in little pieces. Oh wow, that's actually peeling up really nicely. Huh. Well, that was much easier than I thought it would be. I have to straighten this a little bit. Also, I am a very firm believer in home baked stuff is better for you than the shit you buy at the store. All right. I'm not like one of those people that says, if you buy it instead of make it, you're some kind of failure in life, but or whatever the hell those people say. But home baked bread is better for you, I think, than store bought bread. You don't feel, I don't know, bloated, I guess. I make you do all the cooking. Listen, woman, you want things from me. I have to get paid somehow. Also, when it involves the grill, you do not do it because you don't know how to do it right. So, also, I don't like your grill. I'm going to have to bring over my grill. And that way I don't have to learn your grill. I just use mine. Shots fired. Right? Like, I mean, I'm not saying like you cook everything outside, the wife cooks everything inside. See, that's how it should work, New Roots. I can get behind that. Eat out. I mean, I don't eat out that often anymore. I usually just go to Steph's house like for lunch from work. I eat her leftovers from yesterday. Usually. Sometimes I will just text her and be like, I don't really feel like going out to eat. So, what's for lunch? And then she'll make me something. Yeah, I can't afford to either. Have you been out to eat? I go out to the pub for lunch on Fridays. And that usually costs me about $50. I tip well, but it's usually $50 every time I go out. Who is the wife? We're just friends. We're just really good friends. We've been friends for a long time. Steph might as well be the wife. I don't know. Not Bex, though. Oops. What were the fighting words? Future ex-wife. Yeah. Dan's wife. Wow. Wow. So fucking mean to me. Yeah, I'm always looking for my next ex-wife. Why not? I have too much stuff. I need someone to come and take half of it. What size for what? What are we sizing? I swear to God, if you say something goofy, I'm gonna lose my mind. And you keep coming back for more. The muffins are good. Okay. Oh, the bandsaw? I don't know. Let me get a tape measure. What measurement do you want? You want the throat depth, the cutting height? Cutting height is 6 inches, I believe. Where the hell is my tape measure? There it is. Cutting height is 6 inches. Throat depth is 14 inches. Oh, yeah, look at that. Same size as the table. Well, 13 and a half inches, I guess. So does that make it a 13-inch bandsaw? Because of the throat depth? That's how we size bandsaws, right? From blade. Sounds like a problem I need. 13-ish inch bandsaw, right? The tag? What? On? Oh, it's a rigid. They just don't pay me to show their name, so I show my name instead. I don't know what the model is. Oh, is that the model? BS14002? That's a hell of a model number. I guess that is the model number. I don't know. BS14002. Rigid. Horsepower? I don't fucking know. Oh, yeah. 3/4 horsepower. The 14 is the size. Yeah, they're gonna round up just a little bit, right? we gotta round it up so it seems bigger. Sounds familiar. Also, hi Daniel. I'm also Dan. I work for these people, which is me. My boss, kind of a dick, but here we are. I do have some good perks. What's for lunch or dinner? Hey, I'm sorry. Who wanted a stove cover serving tray? Was it me? Hmm? Running up the floor looks better on paper. That's what shaving's for. Ba-dum-bum. All right, so I think I got all the glue cleaned up. There's a little bit that I need to sand with just some hand paper, right? So like a thumbprint. I think what I'm gonna do is to just make sure I'm gonna wrap some 220 around a block of wood and just run it through there real quick. Credit at this point. Am I going to put oil on this or something else? We're going to use Gilboy's hard wax oil on the entire thing, the whole thing. And it's going to make it look from this, right? Gonna make it look more like that. That's one coat. It's a dusty coat, but that's one coat on there for some protection. And then we got the curly maple on the side. You can see a little bit of the curl reflecting right there. Curly maple on all 4 sides. And we're going to polish the curly maple on the outside, not the inside because I don't want to. But we're going to polish the curly maple on the outside with Gilboy's wax. Also, why are you guys so far away? Get closer. You don't need to see this. You guys don't care. You're only here to look at my pretty face. It's for. Jeez, yeah. All right, so here's the deal. It is for a stove cover. It's a noodle board, but I wanted to make it different than I normally do with no corners because it's actually going to get used. So if there's a corner up here, it makes it, flour and stuff gets packed in there. It's a nightmare to clean, so you're not going to clean it, which means you're not going to use it. So I had the opportunity to make it also serving tray, giant ass serving tray. Or as Stephen Becks call it, a cheese jail, because that's what they're going to fill it up with, is cheese. Good project is to reach out to them. Oh, Gilboys? Yeah, I really should. I do like their product, and I talk about them a lot, don't I? I should probably send him an email. That's not a half bad idea. Maybe I can get a little something, some sort of a partnership or something going. I don't know. How would you guys, like, if you were reaching out to somebody that put dowels in each bottom panel? No. What I did was, this is just a straight flat glue up, and it is mitered into the top. So I notched it out on the top. So you got about a 1/4 inch of the maple. And then this sits down in the little shelf that's made. Not miter. Rabbit it out. What are we filling with cheese? This Mrs. New Roots. I'm filling this giant ass tray up with cheese. Sorry. They are the Stecks. They might as well be a couple. They are inseparable. Yeah, like a frame, Zyra. Like a frame. So the sides are 3/4 inch thick. So there's about a 1/2 inch of a shelf, I guess, for the base to sit on. Now she wants one. Guess who gets the task? You are welcome, New Roots. You are welcome. Also, Mrs. New Roots, you're welcome too. Do you want the design, or can you figure it out? Don't forget the handle holes. BFF, take joy of annoying Dan. That's fair. That's fair. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this here piece of fold that into a nice corner. I'm just going to run along here and kind of clean it up, make sure it's nice and pretty. Oh, I don't want to go across the grain, but I guess I'll go really lightly. Oh, I don't like that at all. We're going to go with the grain, and we're going to do it very small. Oh, anyway, so what would you do? Yeah, I just wrapped it around a piece of plywood cut off. How would you guys reach out to a company? All right, well, what would you ask for? All right, I don't want monetary. like I don't want them to pay me to use their product. Well, that'd be fucking awesome. But also, I'm not interested in really being a walking commercial for them. Um, Even though every time somebody asks me about what finish I'm using, lately I have been a commercial for them. Steph, do it. Yeah, that might actually work out better. Hey, old P, how you doing, buddy? Glad you could make it in here. So here's a thumbprint over here that I got to clean off. So we're gonna give that a light sanding, and thumbprint gone. I got a little scratch right there. We're gonna blend out. Give that a little light sanding. Scratch gone. No scratches here. Oh, maybe there's a little one right there. We'll give that a little sand. Light scratches here. We'll give that a little sand. That one a little sand. That's pretty good. All right. Now I'm going to hand sand these handholds here. Hey, Roots. Gill Boys. The finish company. The finish that I use, I prefer. Like, I should reach out to them and see if they would be interested in some sort of a partnership, I guess. Not as like an advertiser per se, but maybe I can get some discount code or something. Right? That would be worth it. That would be well worth it. Yeah, Steph, you hear that? I'm a busy man. Busy putting up with your nonsense. All right, and I do have a little bit of finish over here that I've got to sand off, a run. As I learned earlier, it does build. So I need to, and it will look different. So I need to make sure that it's not an issue. Excuse me. No runs over there. No runs over there. Good. Good, good. Rude. Nonsense. I never said that. It was all him. Yeah, they don't seem to be a massive company. They seem to be a fairly, I mean, the owner is the guy who emails you, for crying out loud. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of reaching out to people. Mainly because I feel like they are going to want something that I'm not willing to offer. Right? Like, product placement is one thing. Even an honest review, um I don't know, a drill, right? and or a bandsaw blade. Let's say some company offers some deal with me for bandsaw blades, and I'm not going to do it like, all right, I made a cut with it. Seems great. It would be like, all right, I'm going to make a project with it. I'm going to use it for a while, and then we'll do something. But I don't like the idea of advertising for tool companies. I'm so bored and starving without my fabulous nonsense. Like, there's too much of that already. Every woodworking channel out here is, once they get to a certain point, they seem to be less about woodworking and more about, here's my shitty review of this tool that you should totally go and use my name to buy, because I've got 3 million subscribers. My tools matter, right? Or whatever. And I say shitty review because most of them are shitty reviews. Like quick one-cut reviews for a saw or a blade or something stupid. That's not a proper way to review a tool. I guess it makes money, or they wouldn't be doing it. I'll never fault somebody for getting paid. I actually like that. All right. Yeah, they ask for, I'm sure they ask for the metric thing, which there's a, you gotta do it like the ShamWow or Flex Buddy guy. You know what, Zyro? If I ever do a commercial, I will 100% do it in that style. Probably won't happen, but yes, I agree. Never sacrifice your brand or your image for anything. That's the other thing is, if you're gonna, like, I don't think that I would get a lot of things in the way of offers for, reviews or whatever, because I would refuse. Like, if I couldn't do an honest review, why would I do a review on it? Because now, if I say something like, this sandpaper is amazing, I sanded this piece of plywood with it over here for 2 seconds, you should totally buy it. And then a bunch of people go out and buy it, and it turns out to be garbage. Then I just sacrificed my image and my word for a couple of bucks, and it's not worth it. So all I'm doing here is just sanding these a little bit, kind of smoothing the edges a little bit from the router. Not really a whole lot of anything, really. Sanding the ring and the little bump in here. But I doubt I would get any offers for that kind of stuff because I make it pretty blatantly obvious that I'm not a shill for a company. Yeah, Papa. Yeah. Like I see a lot of like some people are very transparent. They go, listen, so here's what I did when I did this, or here's the packet, I guess, that this company sent me to do a review, right? And this is what it says. Like your review must be positive or whatever. You have to say this, or this, whatever. I'm like, yeah, that sounds stupid. And she's huge. Oh, I know why I blocked that because it thought you were you were talking about size, not follower wise. Yeah, I don't understand why so many people do so many reviews on products that they don't actively use because like that's your name. Like everybody who watches your channel and buys something based on your review is buying it based on your word. And if your word is nothing because you promoted a product that it was worthless, you now have no value after that. You're completely worthless in terms of advertising value, I would think. I mean, other than sheer number of people. But likewise, I mean, I guess it goes the same way in the other way around. Like if you have a product like, I don't know, DeWalt has quick clamps, right? I know because I had some. I broke them, but I had some. It didn't break because any fault of theirs. They broke because I used them the wrong way, and I'm 100% behind that. Like, or I accept that. That was my fault, right? It wasn't the tool's fault. But if they were to send me clamps and they, they were faulty, and I did a review on them and said, yeah, these are awesome, blah, 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 but I didn't show anybody the falls or the flaws in the design, like, gee, if you can only get 5 pounds of pressure on something or it's going to break the handle off. Well, if I just skipped over that bit, omitted that piece, then a bunch of people go out and buy their quick clamps. Now everybody's going, well, you fucking told me to buy this. You're the reason that I got this piece of crap. No picking on DeWalt or anything, but I like DeWalt. I think their tools are great. Yeah, it's definitely got to be something you stand behind, 100%. Do honest reviews and give the tools away. That's what I want to do, Papa. Or at least work out a deal where, like sure, you want to give me, I don't know, miter saw? Great. We'll do an honest review if you're willing to accept that. Sure. But here's the thing. How about you also will do some sort of a giveaway and you also ship one to that person? Right? Yeah, John Malecki, he's a good guy. He's actually not too far from me. He's about 2 hours away. Hour and a half if I drive. I haven't gone down to, meet him or anything, but I have seen his channel. And I have seen him do tool reviews. He is actually one of the few people that I will put any weight behind his review because, I mean, when he's using something that's not the way it's intended to be used, it's usually, first of all, he lets you know, and B, he's usually doing it to find a flaw or a weakness, right? Like, we all use drills to ream out a hole, right? You're not supposed to. That's not what they're fucking designed to do. Or drill bits, right? But if you do it and it, handle a substantial amount of twisting around, then that's a pretty good fucking drill bit. festivals and their entire 2025 lineup. Right? But I'm not, I guess I've said this before. I'm not in YouTube. I'm not doing the YouTube thing to make a bunch of money and get rich. I mean, it'd be nice. Don't get me wrong. But so I'd like things to benefit the channel and the people who are supporting the channel. You know, whether it's I'll review this, I don't know, this drill press, this little tabletop drill press, and then ship it off to somebody, or the channel gets code to use, like a discount code that's actually worthwhile. You have 5% discount. Fuck off. Like, that's worthless. $731. So I don't know. I take $731. He seems like a good guy, but there for a while, he was doing those. I don't know anything about this item, but I'm going to do a review on it. I'm going to compare all of these different brands, but I don't actually understand the item and how it works. Like, he's not a bad person. Don't get me wrong. I think he fell into a reviews make money kind of pitfall, and that's how he supports his family. So like, just don't be that guy. Yeah, he went. That's what I think. Now, I mean, to be fair, I guess, and they've talked about it on their live streams. Tool reviews got more views, which made more money. Like, but I watched him do a comparison on a tool, and one of the metrics, like, I'm not going to get too into it, but one of the metrics that he was using was wrong. It was absolutely wrong, and I knew it was wrong, but he used it as a deciding factor between whether this one was better than this one, and it usually ended up leaning in towards the more expensive, higher end items that he was comparing. But like I said, I think it's because he fell down that rabbit hole, which is, I mean, understandable. When you're supporting a family, it's what you do, right? Like, you gotta keep the money coming in so you can pay the bills, so you can keep your kids in school and all that. Everybody fed. In fact, doesn't he own a tool store now? I think he has a tool store now. Yeah, I hadn't seen him do anything big. I did really enjoy his early videos of like outdoor furniture kind of stuff. Those were really cool. Like I said, I don't have anything against the guy. I think he's a good guy. But if John Malecki is going to review a tool, like, if I'm looking for a tool for, I don't know, cutting slabs that I'm using for a tabletop, or reviewing epoxy, if John Malecki is going to do it and anybody else is going to do it, a review on it, I'm taking John Malecki's word, because he actually builds those projects, right? He builds the tables, or he used to. I don't know. I don't think he does anymore, but you know what I mean? Like, I've actually seen him do these things. But yes, that's exactly what I think, Papa. It should never be like, I'll use this example forever. Track saws. Every single time somebody does a track saw review, they take 2 cuts with it, and it's, we'll cut this big piece of maple, and we'll do a cut, and then we'll cut this plywood, and we'll do a cut, and then we'll go, yep, those are great. Go buy this. Bruh, you just made 2 cuts. like, or a handful of cuts, right? Build something with it, use it for a while. That's how you know if something's good. Not, well, I satisfied my requirements for this tool review by doing the least amount of work possible. Done, right? Like when he taught different painting techniques and stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Now, like I said, I'm not trying to start any shit with anybody because I don't fucking care about any of those other people and they don't care about me. Right. So, like on a personal level. Thanks, Arrow. I think if you can't honestly say it's a good or bad tool, they really shouldn't open your mouth about it. Because that's how we get all this misinformation going around. Like the sawdust mixed with wood glue will disappear into a gap. No matter how big the gap is, it'll just disappear. Fucking no, it won't. Stop lying to people. I still get comments on that short telling me that I'm just doing it wrong. Then fucking do it the right way. Show me that it works. I have seen people on Facebook woodworking groups where somebody will have a split down a slab of wood and it'll be a fucking half an inch wide. And 50% of the comments are mix some wood glue with some sawdust and or some sanding dust. Spread it in there, you'll never even see the crack. It'll disappear. Fuck off. You're retarded and nobody likes this kind of info. But because we've got 500 million woodworking channels that go, yep, this is great. And then they never show you that actual fill. Then now we've got this kind of nonsense going around. Shit starter, I know. I kind of am stuff. Watch 20 different videos. Yeah, you've got to watch around because people do different stuff all the time. Excuse me. Yeah, like there's entry level tools. Yeah, I can get behind that, Roots. Like there's entry level tools and there's there's tools like you can get by doing stuff and then there's stuff that just can't. It can't do it. No matter what you're doing, it's not going to work. You can build all the table saw sleds in the world. It doesn't mean you're going to get a perfect cut. Rams losing, you're upset. I'm sorry, Jeffrey. Tell us how you really feel. Yes, Papa, it does work very well for very small gaps, very small cracks, and anything you're going to paint. If you're going to paint, it's just my biggest issue with it is it doesn't match anything. And if you're doing anything other than a film finish, it looks different. It jumps right out at you. Like, stop telling people that it'll disappear. Doesn't matter. Oh, I got this 4-inch wide gap here. I'll just slap some wood glue and sawdust into it. Fuck off. Morons. But it's my fault. I haven't been doing this long enough to know that it doesn't actually fucking work. Like, you know, I'm just some moron who hasn't done it 743 times trying to figure out the right way to do it. Who the hell paints wood? Exactly. Like poplar wood, I'll paint poplar wood all day long, but not purple poplar. Like if I'm going to build something out of wood and paint it, it's going to be made out of cheap plywood or yes, New Roots. It's much better to fix a fucking mistake the first time. Stop patching it. Yeah, with very small stuff, it does work. It does work pretty good. But the issue is everybody took that, you know, it works on these really small things, so it must work on really big things. And they ran with it. Lords look better painted. Like, if you've got a very small, you know, your dovetail, your joints they're just a little loose. Yeah, Fucking mix up some wood glue and sand, just put it in there, sand into it. There's a That's 100% acceptable. Now, will you see that wood glue fill that you just made when you put a finish on it? Maybe, maybe. It might not. Ideally, it wouldn't be big enough for you to really notice, But if your tabletop cracked and you're gonna, where's that fucking piece of white oak? That piece of white oak that's down there that has the split in it. If I did it on that, I would. Oh my god, I'd test the tensile strength of a ceiling fan. I swear. First of all, for putting that on there, but a woodworker will. How many ducks have you painted? Oh man, sorry, that is a hill that I will die on until somebody shows me a video of it working with every finish put on it and it blending in perfectly. I will stand by my word that it does not work for everything. It does work for very small stuff, 100%. But if you're using it for bigger stuff, like bigger cracks, like in my video, it was the width of a saw blade. If you're using it for stuff like that, 100% you're going to see it. I proved it. I don't have the samples anymore. I threw them away. But I proved it in the video. You could see it. You could see them right there. It was plain as day. Some stuff blended in better. The stain, the darker stain, that wasn't terrible. But you could still see the line. Now, they were all cross grain, but, you know. Now, I do think that if you mix, like, if you're going to use a shellac finish on your project and you mix your fill with shellac, now it can't be too big because it's not going to have any real stain power, but you'll have a much better chance of it blending in with the overall color of the table. I wish we didn't spread so much nonsense around because this YouTube channel has 1 million subscribers, so what they say must be accurate 100% of the time. Subscribers does not equate to honesty. So there was my high horse moment for the night. Chased everyone the fuck away. Yeah. Yeah, mixing stain in with it. Yeah, because then you're like wood glue does not absorb finish. It does not, right? So the only way you're going to get it to be even close is blending in some of your finish into it, and making it so that it looks as close as it possibly can. Like, you guys know the putty stuff that you can buy for your hardwood floors, right? When you're redoing your floors, a lot of the hardwood floors have a gap, right? Mine do. So when I redo them, there's a putty that I got to use to do them up, right? But it's like a color matched putty. Like, you've got to blend a color together to make it match the wood or the finish that you're going to put on it. Yeah, Steph does put up with a lot of shit when I get going on a topic. But I'm going to be right back. Just a minute. You guys can look at this if you like. And we'll flip it over. You can look at that side of it. I'm going to be right back in just a second. Hey, Dave. I'll be right back. Just a second. Well, that scared the shit out of me. I think a deer ran into my chain link fence. I about had a heart attack. All right, new roots. Looks amazing. Thanks, Jack. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. This is the ugly side because it's got this knot on it, but this is also the side that has a finish on it. I haven't put the finish on the other side yet. But it is the prettier side. So I'll probably put finish on that this weekend, and you got blocked in. Noodle board's looking good. Thank you. Thank you. We got it. It's all ready to go. I'm going to give it a good cleaning and probably just give it a light sand through here with my orbital. Maybe go across the inside here just to make sure I don't have any big ugly marks that I see or I don't see. And we'll put the finish on it. Never had your comment blocked before? What comment did you get blocked? I didn't see a comment. Hang on, let me look. Oop. Oop. I see, hey, Dave. LOL, the general public won't notice. Did you say a comment that had a word in it that I have blocked? I don't remember what those words are. But I can probably undo all those because people don't do that stupid nonsense right now. That seemed to be a fad that died off as soon as I figured out what words to block. There's always people coming in here telling me about touching their wood or some stupid comment. It's different when it's friends of the channel. Not so great when it's just a bunch of random people. Yeah, Pop. I don't see any deleted comments or anything, so I'm assuming it was a an auto block thing. Big red X came up. Well, that's fucking different. I have no idea what the hell that is. I've never seen that before. I wonder if that's what pops up now when you. Oh man, I wish I could remember one of the words that I had blocked. Iced coffee. I see none of those words would have been blocked. I don't understand. No Lily Friday or Will? Nice. Good. And then you won't be interrupted making me noodles. I mean, making yourself noodles. Yeah. You were just informed. Awesome. That's the good kind of informing, as opposed to the hey, you're babysitting now kind of informing. Excuse me. Wipe the dust off of that. So I like this shelf grip paper stuff or foam for sanding because it helps stop it from sliding around, and it's not rubbing on a hard surface, kind of burnishing different spots. But when you have something on it and you have dirty foam, sawdust in it, sanding dust in it, you will get the little square marks on it on your project. which just wipe off, but it is infinitely better than, I flipped it over and sanded it. Now I've got a whole bunch of shiny spots because it rubbed around on the counter or on the table. I can interrupt noodles and may need babysat. I'm aware. 10:03. I feel like I can have this one and one more. Come on over, Bex. You can also help make noodles. And we can babysit you. Well, Steph can babysit you. I'll probably be scrolling Instagram. Or being fat and happy because Steph made me food. She's making some sort of tortellini stuff tomorrow, and I love tortellini. Welcome back, OP. Appreciate you, buddy. Both gonna need babysat. Yeah, so I'll be the one making noodles. Also, there is sawdust all over my floor. Guys, I do have to figure out something to do about the end of this table having this recess in here, which I thought was a great idea, but now it's not so great. I mean, I guess unless I put dust collection on my saw, and then, it's a great idea. Which I should probably do that. I really should get dust collection in here. Max is thinking about coming over tomorrow and needing babysat. Both of you needing babysat. Of course she was. So I got to do a little fill in here and then put a couple of coats of finish on it, and it'll be good to drop off. Not taking her till Saturday. Oh, I got to put my feet on. I want to put rubber feet in here. So what I'm going to do is we are going to use a Forstner bit, and right here in the corners, we're going to drill down a little bit and recess my cutting board feet because they're pretty tall. Now I could use just the regular dots, like the sticky dots, but I don't know if they'll stay. Hey, Keith. You need rubber feet? Yes, you do. Keith, are you two dudes? Is this your other channel? Or are you just promoting two dudes? Because I mean, two dudes is pretty great, so I don't mind. Yeah, rubber. Yeah. So I'll take a Forstner bit. I think I have one small enough that if I position it right, I can just sink it down in the corner a little bit, and then recess the feet down some so it doesn't stick out too far, and screw them in. That way we have just, instead of, I don't know how thick they are, instead of a half an inch of, rubber sticking up, we can drop it down to like a 16th of an inch, maybe. That's just what you started watching on? All right, perfect. Now you must bow down to the stacks. Two dudes is your content channel? Good. I do like your content. I can't remember if I'm subbed to this on this channel. I think I am. I know I'm subbed on my personal channel. I think I'm subbed on this one. I like it. I like it. I try to sub to On this channel, I try to sub to every maker that I can and be two chicks. Well, that would blend in with a lot of the other channels. We got we got two dudes. We've got Fish Over Chicks, which I'm not sure how he got his name. I thought it was going to be a fishing channel. Desert Evergreen Wooden Design. Ah, that's clever. That's clever. I thought it was going to be a fishing channel. Like, choose fishing over chicks. But kind of surprised me. Like, when I first tripped up onto the channel, I was like, all right. I mean, I can get behind this. Right, New Roots? Two chicks and a mixer. Oh, what was the name we were talking about the other day at lunch? We had a great name. It would have got you all the views just based on the name. I mean, what am I talking? You're women, so you can start your channel now, and in a month or two, you'll have 1 million subscribers just because you're women. Because that seems to be how it works. It's you and your son-in-law? Hell yeah. That sounds awesome, bud. Something about hoes. Probably. Oh yeah, because of the homemade lady. I love that lady. She's great. She yells at me, gets angry, and uses swear words, and I love it. It's my kind of teaching. She reminds me a little bit of that. Oh, who's that don't fuck it up guy? She's just yelling at you, teaching you, but loudly. I should switch to that style of video. What do you think? If I was yelling at you about how to cut stuff, you think it would be a good thing? Rubbing out wood. Too sweet and innocent, my ass. So John Malecki. All right, yeah, that's fair. I mean, he does yell pretty good. Yeah, but he's not like yelling at you. It's usually who's the skinny guy? Oh, I can't remember. I remember one time he got in trouble. Like he yelled at one of the guys on the show. And people in the comments were like, "No." Yeah, he's yelling with you. I bet I've never met him in real life, but I bet if you met him in real life, I feel like he just talks at that level. Like that's just his normal voice. Probably wasn't he a football player? Didn't he play for the Steelers? Feel like maybe you have to yell so people can hear you. And so your teammates can hear you. I don't know. I've never been on the field like of a professional football game with a bunch of people. I imagine it's loud. He is a big dude with a big personality. Yeah, he is. He's a great guy though. I mean, he seems like it anyway. I know YouTube personalities and real life personalities are quite often two very different people. Like people tend to put a persona on for YouTube, but failed that part of his life. I don't know. He seems to have done pretty fucking good for himself. I mean, I don't think he does woodworking anymore. I think they went to strictly YouTube stuff now. I think I remember him saying that. But either way, he either has or had a successful. I mean, he got into the NFL, so that's fucking better than I did. So he succeeded there. He either has or had a successful woodworking business, and he has a very successful YouTube channel. I mean, that guy's doing great. Doing a lot better than a lot of other people I know. Hell, he's doing better than me. I don't have a super cool house and giant place down and all the big fancy toys down in Pittsburgh. Great. Now I'm jealous. Thanks, guys. I appreciate that. Oh, he has his own shop now. Damn. Was that the one with the Ford Ranger, or was that one of the other ones? I remember one of the guys leaving um, a, a while ago. I think. I don't know. I haven't been getting many videos from him lately. I mean, I did get stuff like I bought all the Ryobi tools at Home Depot. I don't watch that kind of those videos because I don't have all the Ryobi tools. Sam, yeah, yeah, Sam, he was cool. I'm gonna have to go check it out. What's up, Mike? Mike, look, it's ready for finish. I mean, I gotta dust it, and I don't want to put finish on it now. But I do have to drill the feet. I have to put the feet holes in. So, Sam Pula, yeah, Pula, not green, Pula. I knew it was kind of a weird name. Not, I mean, everybody's name is weird, but making your worktop table. Now this is Steph's worktop table / cheese jail. Oh, the Ranger guy's still there? Sam is still there? Okay. So who's the guy who left? I think Sam, he was like the skinny guy, right? He was the one that got he yelled at him and got in trouble on his channel in the comments. God dang it. Now I'm gonna have to go find out. Because I know they collaborated on at least one video. I'm gonna have to go through and search his videos. Find out who left. I mean, I guess I could just watch the last one and see. Are there two Sams? I have no idea. I don't. I mean, I've watched the channel a lot. I've watched his videos a lot, but I don't remember the people that are on it. Hey, Steve, how you doing, buddy? Thanks for coming back, man. Appreciate it. Just Google it. Yeah, probably. Also, hey, Coffee. Appreciate you popping in, bud. Just came in from the shop. Nice. Where'd you make? Sam Green has his own shop. Sam Pula is still there. Okay. There were two Sams. All right. All right. See, I didn't realize there were two Sams. Huh. $24 rabbit mitered 18 by 24 frames out of Walmart. Nice, or Walnut out of Walmart. Jesus. Nice. A lot more work than you think. Yeah, I believe it. Oh, you know what? I was going to do miter splines on this out of walnut. I should probably do that, huh? Should. It's Sam Green, the maker. All right, I'm gonna have to look up his channel. Hey, Josh, what's going on, buddy? Noodleboard. Yep. Well, noodleboard / cheese jail. So this side is the cheese jail because you don't actually make stuff in a board that has corners because splines out of brass. Yeah, that would be nice. I don't have any brass that's that thick though. That side is the noodle board though. There's no corners for shit to get stuck in. Penitentiary for your dairy. Josh, you know what? I'm doing pretty good, bud. I'm doing pretty good. It's Thursday. That means tomorrow is Friday, which means put a dowel in with glue. I could. You could drill a hole through and run a dowel through it and do the dowel. Drill a hole at an angle. But I actually rather like the idea of just doing miter splines. Just doing 2 miter splines. I don't know if I'm going to do it. Let's be honest. What's up, Plywood? How you doing, buddy? Which means poop shoot day. Yeah, poop shoot day. Shooting the poop day. I gotta get in on one of your Friday night lives. I gotta get in there, hang out with you for a bit. They sound like they're like great times. All right, Papa. Have a good night, buddy. Appreciate you hanging out tonight. Look forward to seeing you later on. It's like a pocket screw, but a dowel instead of a screw. Yeah. With walnut splines in the chest you're working on right now? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I'm a big fan of splines. I think they look good. Like, so I got maple sides. The contrasting wood would be black walnut. A, it ties into the top because we have 2 pieces of black walnut on the top. And B, it contrasts. It looks good. 1/2-inch spline. Damn, them are some big splines. Well, I guess you are doing a chest, so it makes sense. Like if I did 1/2-inch splines on this, it would be this weird. But if you're doing a chest, it makes sense to scale them up. Hey, ladies. Friday hanging out in Mike's lab. I don't know, Steph. We might. It's just one massive 1-inch spline, right? I don't know why it blocked every 6 inches. Hey, Gemini, what's going on, buddy? Appreciate you popping in, man. We're just winding down now. We'll be heading off here shortly. Now all the old timers are popping in. Old timers, people that have been around for a bit, popping in. We know what Keith measured with. Fuck, that's not right. Oh shit, Plywood. Damn it, I missed your first live. No, I was there on your first live, wasn't I? Ah, fuck, I can't remember. I forget you go live now. His hand. Thanks, Gemini. I appreciate that, bud. What do we have going on here? It is a serving tray, right? Cheese jail. Also, a stovetop noodle board, right? The side is flat. No corners for any junk to get stuck in. No stupid handles over here that just are for aesthetics and not any practical use. It's an actual to be used noodle board. Also, a serving tray. Should the need arise, which, knowing Steph, the need will arise every other day. Thanks, Keith. I appreciate that. Jeez, Jay. How thick is the bottom? 3/4 of an inch. It's 12 inches tall. 3-inch slides or every 3? Oh, yeah, every 3 inches. Yeah, that would make more sense than every 6. What's the time here? 10:22. You don't know me. Thanks, country. I appreciate that, bud. Yeah, every bit of this is 3/4 inch wood. So the sides are 3/4 inch. The base, top, whichever way it is 3/4 inch. Right? At least I know it'll be used. And she's gonna have to use the step stool to work on it because otherwise she'll be like this. Make it down. Oh, you are making a video? Awesome. Awesome, Keith. I look forward to seeing it. Legendary. Ah, ah. I'm sorry, Steph. I had to. I had to. But we are going to put rubber feet on the bottom because she has a glass cooktop. So we want the rubber feet there, right? We don't want to break the glass or anything. But this is the size of her cooktop. So special ingredient in the next batch of muffins. No. But that's what the first coat of Gilboy's hard wax oil on it. What we're gonna do is we're gonna use Gilboy's on everything, let it dry and cure, and then I'm gonna polish with the wax the sides, the outsides of the maple. Laxative of chocolate? Yeah, I'm sure. Listen, I get paid by the hour. I don't need any help hanging out in the bathroom on the clock. All right. Listen, I made you a noodle board. Be nice to me. And I'm the reason that people want you to bake them stuff. So be nice to me. All right. And made to boot, right? So I want y'all to know that if it wasn't for me, all the people who are congratulating Steph on her baking, right? Making bread and muffins and weird English muffin bread that is still somehow good. Don't understand it, but it's good. None of those people would be going, yeah, you're good at this. I like this. Mad about that too. Of course you are. I can still be mean though. All right, that's fair. Hey, you also get muffins, okay? It's breakfast bread. I mean, that makes sense. The inside of it, like it's a very dense bread. It's really good. It's got good flavor. The inside of it is like the inside of an English muffin. Like I'm convinced that she can make English muffins with just that bread. Keith, so what you got to do is you got to get a friend who can bake, first of all, but refuses to accept that she can bake, and then tells you that she can't make something because she doesn't have a stand mixer. And then you get her that stand mixer and tell her that she now owes you muffins and bread. that's that's how you get that fresh baked bread and muffins. Yes, every week I get 5 muffins, sometimes 6. I get 5 muffins. I get one for every day of the week. Well, Monday through Friday for me to have my breakfast at work. Right, that was the first batch of muffins that she made was blueberry muffins. Forced into bakery. Oh Lord. It didn't work, but you got a daughter. And bills. Oh shit. Why do English people insist on making everything different? Muffins, chips, biscuits? I have no idea. I had no idea. Also, don't they call fries chips? Also, they eat beans on toast. So I don't know if I can. Keith, Keith jumped off that deep end there and ended up with kids and a mortgage. Measurements of what? Oh, different measurements? Or Measurements of this, or of that, or of that, or of that. And they eat beans for breakfast, right? I don't know. I like me some baked beans, and I like some toast, but the two of them together for breakfast, I don't know if I can get behind that. That was silly of Keith. Right, you got to be careful, Keith. Them women, they know how to get you. They can get you. They are sneaky, sneaky. 82 millimeter. Just measure your boards with eagle feathers like a man, right? Freedom units. I love when people go, why don't you just use metric like the rest of the world? Because we're better than that. We had to make our own measurements to equal our greatness, I guess. You're not that sneaky. Lies. America, we're so good at what we do that we had to make a new measurement system. Sneakiest program in their DNA. I agree, Gemini. I agree. It's so deeply ingrained. They just don't even realize they're sneaky. Men are too stupid to figure out. Listen, pardon me. Speaking from experience, men are pretty simple creatures. Like, I mean, simple, simple. All right. What's up, Prime? How you doing, buddy? Thanks for popping in, man. Haven't seen you in a while. How you doing? Name the last time one was sneaky. Getting me to buy you a mixer. All right. You sneaked your way into getting a $600 KitchenAid. Although you're making me muffins for the rest of your natural life to pay that KitchenAid off. I'm not even counting the bread. All right. And the lunches. Why is a fluid ounce called an ounce when it often doesn't weigh an ounce at all? Could be two completely different measurements. Yeah, that's fair. Although I do like their, like, what is it? Zero Celsius is freezing and 100 is boiling. I mean, that makes sense. But 32 being freezing and 212 being boiling also makes sense. You force that KitchenAid. Hey, how many times? What have I been making lately? We made this noodle board slash cheese jail, right? Because if you flip it over, you also have a serving tray. Look at that. Pretty clever, isn't it? I never made one this style before. Kind of like it. Yep, I'm gonna finish this and we're gonna hop off. She needs a mixer to make it. Outside in 5 degrees feels completely different. Yeah, that's fair. Also, 100 degrees outside being what? I don't know. I don't know what it is in Celsius units, but it's definitely like they'd be talking about, it's 70. We got a heat wave and it's, I don't know, 70 degrees over there, whatever that turns into. Mid sentence, started a new one. Oh, the KitchenAid. Listen. Which one of us was like, "Hey, you ordering that KitchenAid yet? Can I have this one?" Hmm. 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 I forced it. Too dumb to learn metrics of Celsius. Same, Prime. Same. Force the mixer on me. Yeah. Maybe at first, and then you were all excited because you seen they had a pink one. And you were like, well, I guess I need this in my life now. I've seen that text. Change your tireless hobbies because the mixer came in pink. Right? Show me Penguin said you're getting this. Yeah. Yeah. I know the whole kitchen's got to match the KitchenAid. I get it. It makes sense. It makes sense. Should have had. Oh, that's the other thing we got to do. I got to engrave a bow under the bottom of this, the inside. Am I wrong? Listen, I don't want to talk about it, but once you saw it came in pink, you said, "Look at all these aprons that I can get." But with bows, yeah. Yeah, they're big on bows over there. Steph has the KitchenAid sitting on her counter, and there's a bow on the wall above it. Bow sponges. And I think her aprons have bows on them. Do they have bows on them? Yeah, well, you weren't looking at them aprons until you decided that you wanted a KitchenAid. And then you jumped off that deep end of this is going to be my life now. This mixer. Listen, don't get me wrong. I'm not mad. I'm 100% behind this because I get muffins and bread and whatever else you decide to make that I get to taste test because so the check Target for the curtains. Lies. What lies? All right, full disclosure. She sent the group chat pictures of aprons, and then some aprons showed up at her house one day from Amazon. What's up, Eco? How you doing? Some YouTube in bed. The opposite of Netflix and chill. All right, have a good one, New Roots. We'll see you later, bud. Thanks for hanging out. We'll be hopping off here very shortly. This is all you had nothing to do with it. Oh yeah, sure. Sure. Ooh, excuse me. All right. That is it for me tonight. I think we're gonna call her. Just hopped in to say what's up. What's up, 715? Appreciate you coming in, buddy. See, now you guys get to see a little bit of what I got to deal with every time I go over there for lunch or my phone is blowing up. It's usually that. So I'm not mad about it. It's like reading it's like watching a soap opera just in real life. It's kind of fun. Sometimes. Don't get any ideas, Steph. We don't have to up it. We don't we don't have to up it. All right, Eco. You have yourself a good night, buddy. I appreciate you coming out. Everybody else, thank you for coming out, hanging out with me, watching me. I don't know what we did. What did we do? Oh, we got the lid started for the flag box and cleaned this up. So there's the drawer to my table. No, I do have to still build that. Also, the cabinet door that goes here Just sitting over here ready to go. I got the hinges. We're gonna have to modify this a little bit to make it fit, but we'll be fine. Um, it's going season finale next. Oh Lord, so many lies today. Knock it off. All right, guys. Thanks for coming out and hanging out with me. I really appreciate it. We'll catch y'all later on somebody else's live, I'm sure. If not, I'll be live at some point this weekend. I'm not sure which day because I don't remember which day it's supposed to rain. So, God damn, thanks for the lives. All right, guys. I appreciate you. Peace.